Taskforce will have a very simple agenda. You're going to be hearing from me for about 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes about our exciting strategic initiative called the AI Initiative at KAUST. And then we're going to have an exciting panel with our panelists. They're going to talk about AI talent development and how we can accommodate for all the demand that's happening for AI jobs in the current job market, and more of that later. So of course the panelists are Professor Lawrence Larry Karen and Dr. Abdurrahman Habib. I'll give a proper introduction later on. So before I get to the panel, I want to talk to you about this exciting new initiative, or a relatively new initiative at KAUST called the AI Initiative. And to start it out, let's use a comment or a quote from the director of the AI Initiative, who was just giving a keynote, Jürgen Schmidhuber. Many consider him the father of modern AI with all of his inventions. So he, I think, aligns with what His Excellence Sawaha said about how important this current AI revolution is. It goes beyond just another industrial revolution, but to something that will take humankind into the next level. So it's obviously a big claim, but we think that it's going to happen. So we kept on saying before that AI will be the future, but to be honest, it is the present. This is why one of the themes here at the summit is AI is now. So this is something that goes beyond the AI usage that you have in your daily life with your smartphone, your personal assistant on your smartphone, or your recommendations for the next TV series or movie that you're going to see on Netflix, for example. It goes beyond that to something that you can see far, far, far away. This is a picture from the Perseverance rover taking a selfie. It took this image because there's nobody there to take images of it. So it took this selfie with its UAV Ingenuity. So these are actual self-navigating vehicles because there's a communication lag between here and Mars. So obviously you cannot remotely operate these things with that communication lag. So these vehicles are actually navigating themselves far, far, far away on Mars. It's a great example. Another great example that I like to give is AlphaFold. So I'm sure many of you have heard of it. It's DeepMind's system built to kind of address this age-old problem, decades-old problem in biology called protein folding. And with their recent, so a couple of years ago, this high-performing system that they built, we expect lots of impact in healthcare and medicine to come out of it. All the success in AI actually led to the fact that there's so many jobs in the market that require AI skills. So LinkedIn in 2020 established that AI is one of the top 5 in-demand hard skills that employers are asking for in their new hires. Actually, this is exactly why we're here today talking on the point of AI talent development. This is why it was so exciting for us in last Global AI Summit, where the National AI Strategy was announced, as well as SADAIA. So there was an emphasis on R&D, research and innovation, as well as the training of the next generation of AI specialists and practitioners. These are 2 goals of the AI initiative that we take dear to our hearts. Now, you might ask yourself, this idea of AI, if you're an expert like me, we understand the history of AI. So why is it that we're talking about it so much nowadays? Well, I think it's a convergence of multiple key factors that came together at the right time. And that time is now. So you have the fact that large-scale data and large-scale annotation of data has become very, very accessible nowadays. Combine that with the favorite tools that we use in AI nowadays, especially deep networks, as well as the mathematical foundations and the hardware accelerators that allow you to train these models in a fraction of time that was unimaginable decades ago. So all of these things combined, this perfect storm of factors came together to allow for industrial adoption of AI systems. So now you can see that these AI systems started reaching a performance that is actually useful in the real world. So that brings me to the KAUST AI initiative and telling you what our mission statement really is. So we focus on 3 main tenets. Obviously, there's a research element to it. We're going to promote and grow our research excellence in what we call core AI and X plus AI. So we're not only interested in building the future techniques in AI or in its different subfields, but also in seeing how these techniques can be applicable to the great challenges that we are facing in the fields of X. And X could be chemistry, biology, marine science, healthcare, you name it, that's what X is. And we purposefully put X at the beginning. A lot of people talk about AI plus X, but we put X at the beginning for a reason. That's the reason why. So the second one, and which is the reason why we're having this workshop or task force right now, is the fact that we want to develop a strategy in upskilling and educating as many people interested in learning the basics and beyond of AI. We'll talk about that during the panel. Also, we want to foster and do some outreach in the kingdom. We know that we're not able to do this ambitious effort by ourselves, so we're always on the lookout for collaborators, partners, and the like, who are like-minded, ambitious like us, to make a reality out of this effort that we're putting together. So I want to focus in a little bit on the research excellence part of the AI initiative, and this might seem like some bragging, but it's necessary, and we're very proud of it. This is why we're going to brag about it. Visual computing is an important subfield of AI. So it contains computer vision, computer graphics, and visualization. And actually, if you looked at how KAUST is ranked with respect to all other universities in the world in terms of top-tier research publications, you see as of today, we're number 9, and we're very proud about this, even though we're actually only contributing seven faculty are only the ones contributing to this ranking. So we're very, very proud of it, and we hope with extra work, extra dedication, we'll get better in the rankings in the future. That's in terms of visual computing. What about machine learning, another important subfield of AI? Well, here's a plot of all the papers that were published at ICML, one of the top-tier machine learning conferences that happen every year. You see that Saudi Arabia has broken into the top 20 countries that publish in this prestigious venue. That year last year we had, Saudi Arabia had 8 papers, and all of them came from KAUST. Same story for NeurIPS, which is also the second you can think of top-tier conference that happens every year in machine learning, and Saudi Arabia was able to break into the top 15 countries in the world in publications. Something we're very, very proud of, and of course all the papers there from Saudi Arabia came from KAUST, and we look forward to improving that ranking, especially in collaboration with other universities in the kingdom to actually bring up that ranking even further. This would not have happened without the dedication and hard work of all the renowned AI faculty at KAUST. Here are some of them, and just to let you know that we're hiring, and we keep on hiring, and we keep on looking for great opportunistic candidates when it comes to AI research. But that's not it. I mean, so we have to give the credit to the people that are doing the actual work, our students. So here are a couple of examples of recognitions that happened over the years about AI-related students. So Anna on the left, she won the very prestigious fellowship from Facebook. It's very prestigious, especially if you're coming from a university outside the US. On the right, a KAUST team actually won the NEOM AI Challenge in the last Global AI Summit 2 years ago in the track of entertainment. And I'm happy to mention that all of these are my students, actually. Very proud of them. But in addition to that, just last year, another KAUST team of students won the Ministry of Communication and IT Innovation Award for their project called Smart Tap, and we're very proud of them too. And we keep on being proud of what our students are doing now and what they will do in the future. But having said that, I don't have enough time to talk to you about all the great research that we're doing at KAUST. This is why we're holding a separate event in the Ritz-Carlton meeting rooms A and B. We will be showcasing a dozen select projects that have to do with AI, core AI, and X plus AI that we're going to host this evening, and we hope you can make it. For more information, please visit our university booth that we have in the university corner. They'll give you more information about how to register and the logistics and so forth. Thank you. All right, so as I said before, research excellence is just a part of our mission at the AI Initiative. A very important part, as important as research excellence, is talent building, capacity building in AI, because we won't be able to reach these very ambitious goals that we have in research without having as many AI practitioners and experts as possible on the ground. And so we take that role very, very seriously. And so the AI initiative has been of great support to the KAUST Academy in hosting many events over the last several months, events that train young professional students in the basics of AI. Until now, over the last few months only, we've been able to train and certify 300 young professionals, 2 events in Riyadh and 1 in Jeddah so far, and many, many, many to come. Of course, this comes in deep collaboration with our partners, our strategic partners, Sadaya. That's a great segue to the panel itself. So the panel is going to talk about AI talent development in Kingdom and beyond. And I'm going to invite the panelists to stage. First up is Professor Larry Karen, the provost at KAUST and an AI expert in his own right. Let's applaud the panelists as they come up, please. Second panelist is, I'll be sitting here. Yeah. Second up is Dr. Abdurrahman Habib, who's the VP of Talent Development at INSAI and at Sadaya. All right. Larry and Abdurrahman, thank you for sparing the time to talk to us about capacity building in AI at your individual organizations and beyond. So maybe we can start things off with going back to that slide that I showed about the LinkedIn report in 2020 and the importance of AI as a skill for the current and near-term future job market. Why is AI talent development so important for your organizations and for Saudi Arabia in general?
Go ahead.
So for Saudi Arabia, as was said earlier by somebody else, Saudi Arabia is a very young country. And so it has an opportunity, if it can properly train its young population in the areas of AI, computation, computing, to be a leader in AI, in driving the future. AI is, to some extent, a young person's game, in the sense that you have to work very hard and also put many hours in. So as you get older, that becomes more challenging. So the idea is that if Saudi Arabia can lead in the upskilling of its young people in the most important skills in AI, Saudi Arabia is positioned to be a leader. And so this is, I'm going to hand it to my friend Habib. This is where the partnership with Sadaya is so important. Our mission in some ways are incredibly complementary, and we work very closely with Sadaya. So Habib.
Thank you very much, Larry. What is the common denominator in every talk we have today? It's talent development. Every announcement you heard today requires talent development. Every program that you think you want to implement or we want to implement in this country need to develop the right talent, either fresh graduates in school, during their jobs or reskilling in their job, and beyond that. So the lifelong journey for talent development is what we strive for. Saudi is striving to be one of the top 10 countries in data and AI, and that will require a lot of talent development and reskilling in the country. Therefore, we're in Sadaya Academy working very closely to many stakeholders, KAUST, for example, and many others, to improve the talent situation in Saudi Arabia and make sure that will be our driver to achieve our goals for the Vision 2030.
Thank you. I forgot to mention that at the end of this task force, there's going to be time for Q&A. So for all of you who are interested in asking questions, particular questions, please leave it till the very end. All right, so maybe you can mention a little bit about what KAUST and Sadaya particularly have done in this space of talent development, capacity building locally, so at your organizations themselves and outside in the kingdom.
So for KAUST, one of our most important missions is to make an impact in the kingdom. And so we're doing all kinds of training within KAUST at Thual, and as Bernard mentioned, at the major conferences, KAUST and the kingdom perform very well. So in that sense, KAUST, I think, is doing very well. Where we are growing strategically is to make an impact, in fact, to lead with our partner Sedaya in the talent development in the field of AI. And so we've started something that we call the KAUST Academy, and I've heard the term academy used multiple places. But in any case, the KAUST Academy is a program where we have taken some of our most talented instructional faculty and are delivering what we call micro-credentials. So these are 5-day, perhaps 10-day deep dives in computation, applied math for AI, deep learning, Python, etc. And we are doing this where the people of the kingdom are. So we're not doing this in Thual. We're doing it in Riyadh. We're doing it in Jeddah. And as Bernard said, even in our very short life, the KAUST Academy, we've impacted hundreds of students. And we'll be continuing to do that. So if you Google KAUST Academy, you'll see a very comprehensive set of offerings that we'll be giving. In addition, KAUST is working with major corporations in the kingdom. I will not say their names, but you can guess who they are. And we're delivering master's degrees in AI on site at those companies. So KAUST faculty are flying to these major companies in delivering lifelong learning master's degrees in AI. And so we're working very hard. We're at the start, I would say. But it is our goal at KAUST with our partner Sedaya to be in the forefront in leading the transformation of Saudi Arabia into a leadership position at AI. So as Bernard mentioned, the kingdom is already doing quite well. If you look at, for example, publications in high-profile forums, the kingdom is doing very well. But we need to broaden that. So the good news for KAUST, but perhaps the bad news, is that almost all of those publications have been coming out of Thual at KAUST. That's a good thing, but we want to work with our partners at KFUPM, King Saud University, Future Neom University, to help them bring that AI expertise throughout the entire kingdom. And so this is a central pillar of our strategic framework going forward. And so it's great to see everybody here. We hope to be working with many of you as we push this forward.
Thank you, Larry. I think we just get started with KAUST, with the numbers you have seen. In the past 2 years, or less than 2 years, Sedaya Academy trained and provide education to more than 20,000 participants overall in Saudi. We are trying not to do general education. We're trying to do very targeted programs to different groups in their field. So sectorial programs will be announced, inshallah, soon. Different initiatives with KAUST and other partners as well. And there will be a lot of challenges and hands-on programs that people can participate and produce more applied work that can be carried to their jobs or to their school or to their community. Finally, we will be focusing as well on the future jobs, the jobs that did not exist today, or we are promoting them today. If you listen to some of the policies that mentioned today and the AI ethics that have been announced recently, those are all implying a lot of jobs in the field. And those jobs also need to be trained. People need to be trained on those jobs. So we're planning to do a lot of programs specifically for future jobs and jobs that we think it's important for the kingdom and for the economy.
So training somebody who has an undergrad in computer science is different from training somebody who has a PhD maybe in the same field, or somebody who is very new even to programming. So how does the capacity building differ from one level to another? Because I'm guessing that your organizations want to do this training and upskilling at various levels, even up to management or executive level, where the training is going to be different. So in your mind, how are these levels different, and what are you doing to kind of hit on each of these levels?
I think educating PhD holders is more difficult, so don't try that. Don't try that at home. Multiple programs works with different partners. And I'm really excited and happy to hear Kaost Academy, different academies, and different announcements about different training programs. I think this is very healthy. This is very good. That shows the need and the demand within the kingdom, and it shows that we need to cater to this demand. So we're very excited to support all these programs in whatever capacity we can at Sadaya. We focus also on programs to improve the quality of different deliveries. So we'll work with different partners for different sectors. We'll work also with partners for different groups. So we have programs as well with the Ministry of Education and youngsters in different areas. So we think that we will work with all the key stakeholders within the kingdom to enable them and support them throughout their journey to educate the Saudi population in data and AI.
So one of the challenges that AI has, and Bernard, has had for decades, is that in many circles, AI is synonymous with magic. That AI produces magic, and it is magical. But the reality is, AI is not magic. And where AI has gotten in trouble over decades is when the promises could not be met, and the expectations were way out of whack. And so one of the components of education, particularly at the leadership level, senior level within organizations, is to teach the foundations for success in AI, to identify the types of problems that are well suited for AI, but also to have what I call a data science culture within the organization, so that data science is not a special thing. Data science is not a special department or separate department. Data science is fundamental to the culture of the organization, and that everybody understands what data science and AI can do and what it cannot do, such that we align expectations with outcomes. If you think about some of the things that have been talked about, things like AlphaGo, right? So being able to play the game Go at a level with a machine that is consistent with the best Go players in the world. This is a remarkable accomplishment. How you transfer that to business value, to real world impact, is a significant challenge. So everybody, when you see AlphaGo, you just imagine there must be something we could do with this to impact our business or impact our organization. And I think what people find is that making that transformation of amazing technology to real world impact is very, very hard. One of the speakers in the plenary session this morning commented that while we talk a lot about AI, if you were to ask how many real world cases has AI truly made business value, it's relatively small. We are at the beginning. And so
نحن في البداية في هذا الأمر، ولا زلنا نأخذ خطوات مهمة لفهم التعليم وللأشخاص فهم هذه الثقافة وفهم هذه الرحلة وحتى يمكنهم الالتزام بها.
So on that comment, I just comment on one
حول هذا التعليق أريد أن أقول شيئا واحدا، وهو هل الأشخاص ليس لديهم الوعي الكافي حول هذا
because of the overhype
بسبب
and so forth.
الأمور الكثيرة حول الذكاء الاصطناعي.
AI and this is why we see AI winters in the past. So we hope that this
كما ذكرنا سابقا الذكاء الاصطناعي وهذه الثورة.
And on the comment about
فلدي هنا تعليق أود قوله، وهو أن التدريب مختلف المستويات هو أمر مهم جدا. طبعا هو ليس مستحيلا. إذا أمكنني أن أقول شيئا هنا، كما قلت يا برنارد أو كما لمحت إليه، هو أنه في هذا الحقل قد كان هناك دراسة لعقود أنه هناك مواسم للذكاء الاصطناعي.
And in fact, some of us in the field say the reason that the technology is called deep learning when it's really just a neural network is because there was such a deep winter that if you actually said neural network, you would be laughed out of the room. Yeah. So you had to invent a new term called deep learning. But one area where I'm not sure we're into a winter, but it perhaps has gotten a little bit chilly, is in healthcare. So if you remember IBM Watson was going to transform medicine, and there was a lot of discussion that radiologists better go back and get a computer science degree, this type of thing. Well, many of those programs at Amazon, at Google, and elsewhere at IBM have been shut down because to make business impact in a hospital with very highly trained medical professionals is a very, very high bar. The AI could be spectacular in the sense that it is as good as a doctor, which is an amazing thing, but it's not good enough, because if you're only as good as a doctor, we'll just use the doctor, and so I would say in medicine, I'm not sure we were into a winter, but it's a little bit chillier than it was before.
Fingers crossed we don't get into one there. So, if you had a magic wand to take away in front of your path all the obstacles that are there that preventing you to realizing your goals in AI talent development, what would those obstacles be? What are those challenges that you see now and maybe foresee in the future when it comes to capacity building at your organizations or even in Saudi Arabia in large?
I think we are in a great time. I'm getting the coldness from Larry a bit, but I think we are in a great time. What we will do with awareness and education will help us get the adoption we want within the industry. So even for medical, oil and gas, and many other industries, they will adopt these new technologies when it is beneficial for them. When I see and understand where and how to use these new technologies, like computers today. Who among our audience today work in their office without a computer? All of us. Maybe who is working without a phone today? Also all of us. Once you understand the value of data and AI in your business, then you will adopt it and it will be mainstream in the near future. So I do believe that there are a lot of challenges, but education in specific is the key to overcome many of those challenges. And education that goes from awareness to sometimes deep technical understanding to support and understand and explain and be ethical as we develop and build our systems as well, will provide us with the confidence that this system is the right system for us and the right system for my organization, for my society. Then I will adopt it and I'll work with it. And I believe this education support for awareness and deep understanding will help us overcome so many challenges that we can see today available. And events like the AI Global Summit will also support this education while it's a conference, but we are talking about so many topics here and exchange a lot of ideas and understand more details about our programs and what's happening in the country, so we can adapt it and we can take it to our job, take it to our home, take it to our family, and adapt it in our society.
Same thing. So no unique challenges to Kaus, maybe?
So I would say, rather than challenge, I would say opportunity. One of the things about AI is that it touches so many fields. It touches coding, it touches computation, touches applied math, touches statistics. And so these are hard fields in isolation. Like mathematics, you tell a young child you're going to study mathematics. It doesn't sound too good. You say you're going to study statistics, you're going to study coding, numerical methods. For most young people, they would rather go play video games. But if you show them AlphaGo and this amazing technology, or you show them the capacity of machines to produce images that look lifelike, or to make music, artificial music, which sounds like made by an amazing artist. If you show this amazing technology and you excite the imagination of young people, I think there's an opportunity to reimagine how we educate young people, how we introduce mathematics, how we introduce statistics, coding, computation. Rather than looking at these as isolated classes or isolated areas of study, to look at them thematically through an entire education guided by AI. And so I think this is an amazing opportunity, and I know Habib shares this perspective. We've talked about it many times. So given the fact that Saudi Arabia is such a young country, and given the recognition, this summit, clear recognition of the importance of AI, I think that there's an opportunity for Saudi Arabia to reimagine education, reimagine STEM education with AI as a guiding theme, to bring young people who may not naturally be attracted to math, statistics, and to kind of trick them into learning math. In other words, we're not doing math, we're doing AI. We're not doing coding, we're doing AI. And this is, I think I see a lot of people nod their heads, so I think there's general understanding, but this will take a lot of work to actually do this and to do it well. But I think it's an enormous opportunity. So I don't think, maybe the barriers might be that the people who teach these in the traditional way, they may not necessarily welcome this, but I hope I'm wrong about that.
If you allow me as well, I want to piggyback on the imagination. I think it's amazing if you put this imagination into the kids' brains. A couple of weeks ago, in preparation for this event, I was talking to my daughter. And I said, the new jobs, and she said, nah, I don't think there are new jobs. What new jobs are you talking about? And I tried to explain the jobs. And she was, nah, that's not exciting. But then I started talking about the flying vehicles that's available today. In about 5 to 10 years, you will not ask for driving license, which we strive for. For a long time, the driving license is a tipping point for youngsters. Tomorrow, it might not be. You will actually have a flying vehicle that will come from your home, drop you to your office or to your school. And I keep playing videos and some shows to her, the Jetsons and others, just to spark the attention. And there is this big lit in her eyes, and it's, wow, is that true? Is this available today? And we spent like 2 hours searching and looking for things. So I believe sparking the imagination of the young generation is an amazing opportunity that we need to work for, and that's what we call awareness today. So showing them playing with the games, also educating them using games, as we are doing with the Ministry of Education, that will bring them to understand, oh, this is a cool field. I don't care if it's called linear algebra today, but I care that I can do this job and I can make this autonomous or flying vehicle in the near future available to me and my country.
That's an inspiring interaction with your daughter. Thanks for sharing, Abdurrahman. So I'm being told that we have about 8 minutes left, and we want to keep some time for Q&A. So let's have this be the last question. The future, looking ahead. What does Kaus and Sadaya have in mind for AI capacity building, and especially when it comes to scaling up the process, getting as many people as possible interested and trained and certified?
I think there are a lot of programs. We might not be able to say all of them, but we started with talking about how to deliver the education in a new form. Maybe we don't call it a math program or a course in AI, and I'm looking on some of the bright engineers we have from different groups. We might call it something different. We focus on the application. We focus on the hands-on within your industry, within your school or your curriculum. That will help us penetrate to different level with different groups. So I think that will be a focus. As well, Larry mentioned before, that we do have a focus for a specific industry and specific sector. So working with them closely on what can we apply from these technologies into your current position and into your job today. I believe also there is a lot of opportunities that we did not discover, and the time will allow us to learn. And we, by the way, learn more than the students when we teach them, because we actually get a lot of feedback. What worked with you, what didn't work, and how to make this program better for the next time, and what programs are required in the market. So understanding and working on market understanding for the whole kingdom and what each of the stakeholders can deliver is a great opportunity that we want to work on for the future. Again, going into the different programs that's not with the official or public titles that we have today, and provide micro credentials that will be attractive for youngsters and for also working professionals, where they want to have those credentials and they want to be applied and they want to learn what make it count for them and improve their efficiency or lead them to new businesses and new opportunities as well.
Just in the interest of time, why don't you go ahead?
Okay, no worries. Okay, so let's thank the panelists for their great words. And now is the time for a Q&A for anybody who has interesting questions. I think there's a mic up front, so please raise your hand and we'll get to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for this discussions and this knowledge sharing with the artificial intelligence topics. I've got one question related to how we can upskill our talents in the business sector. I've been working professionally in IT companies for the past 10 years. So what program in place to develop and upskill professionals that are working in the IT sector?
So, so one thing in business, which is a very common thing, is the MBA. So people do part-time MBA. This is a very common thing. So what I think we need to do is to develop part-time AI training in the same way that we do MBA. Because for working professionals, you can't stop your job. Most people cannot. And so the idea would be to develop training in AI, broadly speaking, but also with a focus on business, because there is a culture about how you bring AI from the classroom to the marketplace, and that is a non-trivial thing. But in any case, we need to reimagine the way we do education, and we should not ask somebody to quit their job and go to school. That's not acceptable. But with business schools have solved this with the MBA. We need to do a similar thing with AI.
While I work as a faculty for a university before, I will say that the non-traditional form of delivery is what we are looking for today. An event is not a course, but you are learning a lot in the event. You will recall and register some of the interviews and the sessions that you attended, and you will take notes and go back to the drawing board or to your business and try to check if you can do these things in your place. Today, information is democratized. Most of the information are available to you. What we're trying to do, you're very smart. Everybody here is very smart. The information is available, and we just need to spark your attention to a specific area or a specific field or a technology that will help you deliver a better business or open an opportunity for you or increase the efficiency in your business. If you get this information from anywhere today, I think you will be able to get educated, non-traditional programs or traditional programs as well, and improve yourself and improve your business as well.
All right, thank you. I think we have time for one more. Abdullah, there's behind you. It's fine? Okay.
So just a quick question. Do we value quantity over quality here or quality over quantity in terms of AI training? So let's say you can train 100,000 people to some level, or you can train 1,000 to higher level, or you can train 100 superstars in AI to some level. And we know that sometimes the very few do the biggest impact on the whole certain countries, for example. Yeah. So what's your take on this, like quantity or quality?
So we want quality and quantity. So it's not or, it's and. But that means that there are different delivery mechanisms. So I actually have a course on Coursera, a machine learning course, that's been taken by 170,000 people. But you know, they don't talk to a person, they're watching a video. So it's hopefully valuable, I made it, but it's not enough. And so you can get scale with what we call asynchronous content, recorded digital content, done well, has to be done very well. But then that needs to be complemented with synchronous online. So live online, so people don't all have to travel somewhere. And then finally, you need synchronous in person, and that's going to be smaller. So you need all of that, and Habib talked about that. And so the challenge that we have, the AI challenge, is indeed a challenge, but it's also an opportunity to really reimagine how we deliver education. Deliver it at scale to a very large audience, then to a smaller audience, a little bit more targeted, but still online, digital, and then finally smaller groups, even more targeted in person. We need to do all of this, and we have to do all of it in very high quality. So there's no compromise on quality.
I think I agree with Larry 100%. It's not or, it's and. And remember, we talk about awareness. An awareness program is meant to be for the mass and meant to be with big numbers. But how many of us need to be a deep learning engineers? Or how many of us need to be developing a specific technology or for the forefront of a specific technology in computer vision? Not that many. But how many of us need to adopt these technologies in their business? So many. Therefore, we need to educate this group and also work in educating the other group. And they can work in parallel, they can work in tandem, they can be together or they can be separated.
Thank you. One more question. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. I'll try to make it brief. But I want to touch upon exactly this thing that you were talking about, the gap maybe between translating the technical competencies into business impact. How does this challenge reflect in the training programs that has been provided? Because I noticed that change from the last 2-3 years. It was first like, we need more data scientists, and now everybody's talking, no, wait a minute, we need more people that can actually, you know, change the organization, change governments, and maybe even start up new companies with the opportunities provided by AI. So how has the talent development programs adjusted for this, or if not, will they?
So it's an excellent question. And I also have a startup. It's a 4-year-old company, so it's not exactly a startup. But it's about bringing AI to business. And I know firsthand how difficult that is. And the reason it's difficult is that usually the AI experts are outsiders, they're contractors from the standpoint of the company into which the AI is going to go. And this is a very, very difficult thing. And so where I think there's a huge opportunity, and I think a business opportunity for a company that can do this, is you do training within a company that wishes to do AI. You identify an MVP, minimal viable product that you'd like to do. Identify people within the organization who have at least reasonably appropriate skills. Know a bit of math, know a bit some coding, etc. And then the outside entity is not going to do the AI. It's going to train up the internal people, and then the internal people are going to execute on that project. If that can actually be accomplished, in other words, you actually deliver on that MVP, when you're done, you have not just accomplished the MVP, you have trained up people within the organization. If you do that a couple times, you no longer need the outsider, because now the inside organization can do it. And so I believe this is a business opportunity. Somebody should do this. If I was a bit younger, I might do it myself. But my experience is that this is what is needed. There needs to be a clear connection between training and a real business impact. And that training and that real business impact has to be within the organization.
It doesn't matter if the technology is very advanced or the top-notch type of technologies, if it will not solve your problem. So we focus on solving your problem, a specific problem and a challenge in your organization. Whatever technology is there, available, and it doesn't need to be very complicated. It's better if it's not as complex for you to imply and to use it in your organization.
All right, thank you. So Larry, Abdurrahman, thank you for serving on the panel. Very exciting words. For the audience here, thanks for coming, and I'll leave you to the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for that. Very
they decide. Hello, everyone. So they say if they want you to hear me more comfortably, you can put your handset. But just a note, I'm Italian, and most likely I'm going to shout. So I leave it to you. But if you can't hear me, feel free to use the handset. So let me introduce myself first. I think 3 numbers that represent me. 2, 11, and 20. 2, because I have 2 wonderful boys. I think they are my life. They are 4 and 3, and they didn't want me to travel here today, but I managed to escape. 11 is the number of years I work in the region. I really see this region as my second home. And honestly, I truly love it. I spend my time between UAE and Saudi Arabia. 20 years ago is the first time I started coding. Then I went to business, I went to McKinsey, I forgot all about it, and then I came back to it. And I realized that it's really, truly my first love. My thesis was about satellite imagery recognition, but it was so rudimental, I couldn't recognize it today. So that's about me, and my name is Chiara. I'm a partner with Quantum Black AI by McKinsey. Quantum Black, just briefly, is a company that was born to optimize Formula One. They really created AI around optimizing the turns in Formula One and the performance of the car and the product design around the car. McKinsey acquired QB, I will call it Quantum Black QB, in 2015. Since then, putting together really the advisory knowledge of McKinsey and the industry expertise with the AI expertise has really worked very well because it has married the knowledge of the industry with the knowledge of AI. But enough about McKinsey, we are not here for that. So we have worked extensively in the last 20 years, 15 years with different companies. Sometimes we fail, and sometimes we succeed. Actually, I like to say many times we succeed. And during the time we succeed, there were few learning, few truths that we constantly discover. I'm going to try to bring them to you. Hopefully, I do a good, decent job to leave them with you today and give you something that you didn't heard before. If not, please feel free to throw tomato, potato, wherever you want. So the 6th truth. Let's start with the truth number 1. AI is happening. But not only is happening, it's truly happening. So it's been few years, we survey roughly 2,000 companies globally that are well distributed in the region. And we ask, do you adopt AI? To what extent do you adopt AI? And we've seen in the last year a growth of around 25% of adoption at scale. Adoption at scale means that either AI is across the entire organization or is at least fully embedded in one organization. But what is interesting here is that until today, adoption was a differentiation factor for company. But now it's not anymore because many people are adopting. So if you want to win, it's not just about bringing AI to you, but it's doing something special with it. So we went a level deeper and we said, what differentiates the leaders versus the follower? And many things. But in reality, I want to boil it down to 3 things. Things number 1 is the way the people and the organization were able to exit from prototype mode to actual scale, to actual factory. We call it from lab to factory. And the way they started to think modular and really create MLOps that make them on a fast track to scale up. That I think it's number 1. Number 2 is the integration between machine and humans. You know, it's very easy to do great models, but then if your organization doesn't use it, what do? I had a situation where I serve a client, their hospitality. We had the model with an accuracy above 95%. We were so proud. It was a cross-sell model. Do you know the first time how much cross-sell happened? 0. None. And we couldn't figure it out why. And you know why? Because we forgot to redesign the workflow. So the clerk at the reception never received the paper that says who should he cross-sell and upsell to. Once we did that, then we saw the performance change. But anyhow, going back to the second point is integrate the humans and the machine, and that happens first increasing the literacy of AI in the organization. If your business doesn't understand AI, there's not much you can do. And two, really changing the workflow to embed AI in the way of working. It's not a parallel process. AI, it's in the way of working. And I think third, which I will not talk a lot about it because it's a huge Pandora vase, it's managing risk and the bias and the ethics. That's a big headache. But companies that know at least how to put some foundation and some policies around are among those leaders. Now, the question is, it's adopting, it's happening at scale. There is a huge runaway between leaders that are leaving the pack and followers. But what's happened next? Well, one news that you probably know, AI is here now and it's going to stay. And in the future, can only accelerate. Why I'm saying that with confidence? Probably you know, but let's just make sure we're all on the same page. Number one, the cost of storage and processing is dramatically dropping. I mean, Moore's tried to explain with the physics and the law, but let's be realistic. The truth is with cloud, come on, it can't get cheaper. Two, the data availability. You remember before at the call center, they were begging you to give your name, your last name at the CRM, and there was the human that was typing fast. Now, how many of you have an Apple Watch? I do. How many of you have a smartphone? How many of you have Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, anything, the wearable, the Fitbit, the Ring? All of this is data availability. We are giving data every second of our life. And that, it's massively increasing. And third, if you think about the innovation in data science, just let's look at the amount of literature. In the last 3 years, every year, the literature have tripled. There is true innovation on how we think about AI. And those three together give us a good confidence that AI not only is here to stay, but it's going to just accelerate. And frankly, the pandemic has given a huge push. Now, the second truth, AI is where the value is. Okay, what does it mean? So, in our survey, we ask, what do you think of the contribution of AI in your bottom line? I mean, good, AI, it's cool, it's nice, flashy, but does it bring money to you? And significantly, people are saying yes. And this year, 25% more than people said that they can see a clear impact on our bottom line related to the AI. So yes, there is indeed value. Okay, very good. Now, where is this value? I'm going to go to a couple of sectors and bring you some examples, and then I want to reflect with you what does it mean. High tech and telecom. Telecom, the top place, the top area, domain where AI is service ops. Coincidentally, service ops is also one of the top bucket of cost for telecom operator. Roughly 20–30% of the revenue, zip, goes in ops for network. Product development. Do you know that high tech, the first differentiation factor that drives the revenue is indeed product development. So AI is where the value is. People really put AI in where their value is. Similarly, financial service. The top domain are risk and fraud management, and again, service ops. Shocking? No. Now, today we talk about public sector. If we look at public sector, where is it? Public sector use a lot of NLP, natural language processing, to really understand what citizens want. You know, NLP allow us to understand every single complaint, synthesize, and tell us what can we do to make our citizen better. Public sector use a lot of computer vision from being able to manage the flow of people in events such as Hajj, down to being able to manage and process all the documents that most of the public sector is stuck with. But what is the learning of all of this? The learning is that as leader, we invest so much time to create strategies and document and roadmap. But frankly, let's just be pragmatic. Let's just step back and look at where our value is, and let's focus there. Because that's where, frankly, the money is, where AI can really lift us. With a caveat, if we have this meeting in 2 years from now, I think my discussion will be dramatically different. I think I will talk a lot about new businesses. You will expand your core thanks to data. We've seen it. We don't think it's yet the predominance of where the value is, because I think the core hasn't been sufficiently explored. But in 2 years from now, I'm ready to bet, if I can, that that's what we're going to talk about. Now, we love numbers, and we have a poll. We want to interact a little bit with you. So if you can pull out your phone and use the QR code. I hope it works. If it doesn't work, it's his fault, not mine. And meantime, we go to the poll. I'll give you a couple of numbers to give you a bit of sense of scale. The GDP worldwide, there are many versions, but let's say it's $90 trillion. That's the version I checked this morning. And it grows at a $2-3 trillion per year. So it means from now to 2030, that's about $15 to $25 trillion of GDP value that grow by itself. Now, the question is, in addition to that it's happening with nothing, how much GDP can AI create globally? You have a bunch of options. I have to go. Okay, the poll didn't work. It's his fault. Okay, but I want to give you the answer. The answer is $13 trillion. And putting it into context, if you remember the number I said before, it means an additional 30 to 40% it meant to come from AI globally. Now we are in Saudi Arabia, and we said, let's ask the same question in Saudi Arabia. We can try the poll, but I'm pretty sure my colleague here didn't make it work. So in Saudi Arabia, what is the GDP, incremental GDP? Just to give you a sense, today is 350 billion, and it grows roughly at the same pace. So the answer is 70 billion, which actually means that AI is able to almost double the GDP growth. This is only from AI. Now, why is the different, and where is this come from? Well, obviously, I think the maturity and the starting point of Saudi Arabia is well different than the world average, and therefore their speed and the potential is high, especially given the leaders' ambition and the leaders' investment that they're putting behind. Now, you would argue, okay, where is this value coming from? Globally, the value is coming from 4 areas. Marketing and sales, supply chain, and manufacturing. Those 4 areas represent 70% of the value that we discuss. In Saudi Arabia, it's a little different. I think that energy, manufacturing, and surprise, or maybe not surprise, public sector. I think the ambition that the public sector has in Saudi Arabia are going to drive a lot of the potential that we have seen. And in order, it's energy, public sector, and manufacturing. Now, we talk a lot about money and value, and I guess it's not for us. They talk a lot about money, value, business, bottom line. But is that it? Is that the only thing that AI can do? The answer is no. AI can also be a source and a force for good. Now, like all the consultants, we say, okay, what does it mean? So we went and we looked at the sustainability goals of the UN. We mapped and we found 160 use cases associated with them. Now I'll talk to you about a couple that are my most favorite. The European Space Agency, sorry, being Italian, I have a piece of heart there, although my home is here. The European Space Agency is developing a solution that through imagery recognition truly allow to identify how to deploy your resources in a times of crisis. So there is a flood, through satellite recognition, they can dispatch the help where most is needed. And this is dramatically helpful. In the US, and this app is quite popular, is that through your mobile camera, doctors are actually able to say whether a mole has a high likelihood to be cancerous or cancer, you understand? Carry cancer or not. That's impressive. And this is something I also tried, something similar recently this summer. My son was sick. I was stuck at home. Through telemedicine, my doctor, with my mobile phone, was able to monitor the heart rate, the breathing rate of my son without doing anything. Honestly, it's impressive. AI can change the world. That's not it. You know, you can see me, I'm Italian, I like having fun, so how can not be AI also fun? So something I didn't say about me, I'm a sailor. I love the water. So when I discovered what AI can do for sailing, I was amazed. The American Cup is the old and most traditional sailing competition in the world. And we have the blessing as Quantum Black to support the Emirates team, New Zealand, in their competition. Now, how do you win an American Cup? You win an American Cup with two things. Number one, amazing sailor, but that's only 50% of the answer. Number two, with the characteristic of the boat. You have to have the best boat. And for those that are not familiar, now the boats are not old school that goes in the water and they go like this. No, now they are like low altitude aircraft. They have a foil, they elevate and they go crazy. So every millimeter or fraction of millimeter matter. Now, what did we do? So typically, actually, the sailor to train, they have a simulator. So they sit on a simulator, they simulate, and the engineer, depending on their performance, they adjust the boat, and they say, okay, you didn't perform very well, let me see if I trim this piece, make it thicker. Now, what happened? Bummer. The sailor want to sleep. The sailor want to see their family. The sailor want to eat. So that impacts massively the product development cycle. So we said, what if we create a digital twin of the boat and a machine that drives it? So instead of using the sailor to drive a simulator and then design the boat, let's use a machine to drive the simulator and then design the boat. Well, it was magic. Number one, we were able to accelerate the product development times 10 times because nobody was going to sleep and nobody was going. Number two, we cut the cost by half because we didn't have the sailor, we could do it much faster, so we cut the cost by half. Number three, we actually won the America's Cup. Actually, I should have said that as number one. But the most important thing that nobody expected, we actually made the sailor better because they were so pissed off that this machine at some point learned to sail better than them that they spent night and day to beat the machine. At the end, they didn't end up beating the machine all the time. 66% of the time, the machine was winning, but they were so powered up and so motivated and so prepared that they won the cup. So AI is indeed also for fun. So AI is everywhere. AI is really, really around our life. Now, AI is built on data, okay? Now, I'm going to show you a picture, and I comment later. So I'm sure you have seen this, right? Data is the new oil. Well, not really. I mean, sorry for who wrote this, no offense, but not really. Yes, there are similarities. Both can be harvested, both can be refined, both can be processed, both can be spilled. I mean, oil can be clean, data no, but both can be spilled. But data has truly unique characteristics. Every single piece of data can be used many times at the same times. Data, the more you use them, the more increased value. Oil depletes. I mean, if there are a colleague from Aramco, they can tell us. And last but not least, data self-propagate. The more you use them, the more they become better, and the more they become an insight over insight over insight. So frankly, data is not like oil. It's honestly a much more valuable resource. Now, the real issue is that often is underestimated because leaders always like, I want AI, I want advanced analytics, I want that, but they forget that they're sitting on a gold mine of data and simply understanding what they have and read the insight at hand, just that bring a lot of value. So I think one important thing is just pause and look at what you have there. The last one, and my favorite, is AI is humans. Now, what does it mean? How many times have you heard your team saying, we need better tech stack, we need more RAM, we need a better model, our model, we need to train it more data, train it more. Well, good news, you fix your model as much as you can, but that will drive only 10% of the value. 30% if you clean your data and you start to tap. But where is really the value? Where do we get the value? The value comes from humans. I mean, again, going back to my example, let me give you another example. Public sector. Let's think about an auditor. He's been in the job for 30 years. He goes every day to work. He shows up, and he goes at his desk full of paper, and with his gut feel, he chooses who to audit. This guy is like 65 years old, close to retirement, the best that the department has. Here you go. Let's say John, show up, 22-year-old, just graduated, goes on a machine and says, woo-hoo, no, you're wrong, not audit this, not audit this, audit that, and audit that. How do you think the old auditor feels? All the things that he had believed in, his truly existence was based on the belief that he was an expert and he knew what to audit. Everything is crashed. And that's where the biggest unlock is. Truly working on that aspect and that change management. If you work on that, consultant always like numbers, so I'm going to throw you, I think it's probably one of the last number of the session. But if you truly do that, you are able to give 8x of success to your transformation. How do you do that? Again, consultant, framework, I'll give you the framework and then I'll give you what it really means for me. But first is I see. I need to see that the people above me, my boss, role model AI, I need to see that when John give me a result from his model, my boss believe it. I need to see my role model being convinced of AI. Okay, is that enough? No. After you see, you need to believe. But in order to believe, I need to understand what folks are talking about, and I really need to be convinced. So we really need to create compelling case for AI. If people don't believe and they see, however, it's not enough. So I believe, I see, is that enough? No. You need to know. You need to know what's expected from you. You need to know what to do. Remember my friend at the front line? You really need to know and understand. So capability needs to build and brought at par. And I'm not talking about AI capability necessarily. I'm talking about really the literacy of AI beyond the technical teams. Skilling the technical team is the easy part. Skilling the rest of the organization. Fun fact, you know what is the hardest skill to actually found in the market? It's not the data scientist. It's not the data engineer, it's the translator. Because the translator is the perfect intersection between depth of business and understanding of AI. Those are true gems. But last but not least is I'm rewarded. So frankly speaking, every change needs to be rewarded. I work with organizations where the leadership was only able to get pissed when something was wrong, but was not able to reward when somebody tested something new and maybe failed a little bit, but tested something new. It's truly important to remember and test something new. So this is the sixth truth. Actually, I want to go back because my sixth truth, the sixth truth that really I carry with me, it's happening now. It's where the value is. It's a force for good. It's also fun. It's built on data, and it's human. Now, before we go to Q&A, I'm looking at the time. I'm actually very good on time. Excellent. I'm impressed. We have a short demo to bring most of these six truths to life. I hope the technology won't fail us. I look at you. So where is the cue for the cameras? What do? We have somebody on Zoom that needs to intervene.
Am I audible? Great. Thanks, Chiara. Hey, everyone. So good to see you all. Let's start with this use case, which is remote maintenance demo, or we can also call it as predictive maintenance. This use case is about how we can do effective and efficient offsite monitoring of assets while reducing downtime and costs to organizations. If I talk about the impact, leveraging AI and advanced analytics for predictive maintenance could potentially improve equipment efficiency by 20% and can reduce cost by 10%. In terms of the applicability of this use case, it can be used across industries, be it oil and gas, pharmaceuticals, automotive, so on and so forth, and across various set of machineries, be it reactors, turbines, furnaces, and other critical rotatory equipment. Now for the live demo, we'll be using a water treatment plant, which is currently placed in India. And the function of this plant or the machine is to neutralize the water by mixing basic and acidic concentrates and to bring the pH to a pH 7 state. What you will see in the live demo is, first, that you will visualize advanced analytics in action, which leverages machine sensor data in real time and provides proactive recommendations to a remote plant manager. Now, what type of proactive recommendations does it provide? It provides recommendation about potential failure of the machine along with its root cause, as well as estimated time to fail. Second, we'll see how we can remotely monitor and control the machine from any geographic location in the world. Now for the live demo, let me stop sharing my screen and let's have a look at the machine's live view. So as you can see that we have a live machine view directly coming from India. Now I will share a dashboard. Which shows the real-time data of all the bunch of sensors which we have placed on the machine, such as temperature, pressure, pH, and whatnot. Now what we are going to do is that we'll start the machine, and once machine gets started, we will generate some faulty condition by misaligning the calibration between motor and the pump. Once this misalignment happens, which is a faulty state of this machine, the analytics algorithm will detect the anomaly and alert us about the future failure of it. So as you can see that the pop-up has arrived, which says that the misalignment between motor and the pump detected, which will cause shaft failures in 12 weeks and 4 days. The plant manager will then take imperative action and ask the concerned team to bring it back to the normal position so to avoid the failure. Once the machine goes back to the normal state, this alert will go away. So friends, this is just an example of how analytics could give meaningful insights about the data. Hope it's clearly audible and visible both.
Okay, I think the audio wasn't the best, but and I think even the visual, because we had another part that didn't work. As usual, technology always fails in this situation. But I think we have, what you didn't see is that the controller of the maintenance has a VR kit that can control from his home, sitting from the couch, a glass where he can, through the motion, really operate the machine remotely and operate the dashboard remotely. I wish it was a better one, but I think I hope it brought it back to life a bit of how it's in every day of life and how it's also helping and enabling humans. I think we have time now for Q&A. Somebody should have a mic. Chloe, you have a mic? Yeah, so again, we were very plenty of time, so feel free to ask questions. Feel free not to ask questions. Feel free to throw the tomato, potato, whatever you want.
Yeah, hello, my name is John Anderson, and thank you for a good presentation.
I can see you.
Yeah,
okay, yes.
Okay, so my question is, which industries do you think, or do you see the highest productivity gains from AI?
You mean productivity gains? Okay, let me tell you which industry drives majority of the impact that we see in the next 10 years. And this impact can, of course, come from productivity gain, can come also from revenues. I think on the global scale, I think it's anything that has a strong marketing and sales component and anything that has strong supply chain and manufacturing component. So just to say some industries, definitely retail, telecom, manufacturing, advanced industries. I think those are the ones that globally will drive the most. Locally, as I said, the industry is slightly different given the heavy investment from a public sector side and even the predominant of the energy sector with oil and gas and mining.
Another question, please.
Hello, this is Ibrahim Gota, Technology
Nice to
Transfer Manager from Sami Company. So I have like two questions. The first one is how to identify that this problem can be solved by AI, and is it worth or not? And the second one is about the cost of implementation. So as a manufacturing engineer or as a responsible of a factory, how can I imagine the estimated cost for AI implementation in the factory?
Ooh, that's a huge question. Let me try to simplify it. The first question is, how do I understand if an area is suited for AI or not? Maybe let's look at the definition of AI. I think there are two ways to look at AI. There is AI as a data scientist and truly advanced intelligence, and then there is AI as automation. Now, the easy one is the AI as automation. In areas where there is a repetitive job, often physical job, and potentially where the wage is not necessarily so low, definitely there is potential for automation. Then we can argue many other things, but in principle. The first area, although could be a complicated answer, in my view, the answer is easy. Everywhere there is potential for data scientists. Then it goes to the other area, where the other question of, but do the costs really outline the impact? And I think it goes back, at least the way I see it and the way I learned to see it through my work, is if you're focusing in an area where there is value for your company, 100% the business case is positive. If you focus in an area where there's no value for your business, in the sense you don't spend a lot of money, there's not a lot of market potential for the product, then I think you need to think about a sophisticated business case. But as long as you stick to where the value is, your highest bucket of cost, your highest revenue stream, then 100%, I rarely see a situation like this where the cost doesn't get covered by the benefit. I hope that answers your question. Nobody curious? Yes. Yes, sorry. I feel like I'm not very inclusive to this side of the audience, so I'm going to stand here for a little bit and I apologize. You know why? Because there is a... Yes. You know what? I'll come to you and you tell me the question and we repeat it, and don't worry about technology. That's not the area for technology.
First of all, thank you for the great presentation. I have a question about the public. You said that in Saudi Arabia, most of the AI are concentrated on the public sectors.
Yes.
Can you explain more what is the...
Examples. Okay. So the question, first of all, this nice lady thanked me, so you're welcome. And second, she asked me, okay, we say that in Saudi Arabia, a lot of impact comes from the public sector. So she asked me, can you elaborate more? That's a very interesting one. Let's take, for example, Minister of Finance. I mean, speaking of value, I mean, let's talk about them. What if they were able to predict how much cash they needed in any account in any given day to pay their expenses, so they could invest and actually get yield and return of the money that they didn't use? What if they were able to predict the budget of a country and help the different entity to really spend the right amount of money? What if they will be able to help with the procurement teams to actually get the right price for the right quality? Let's take tax. What if we could, the government could gain back all the revenue leakage because there's people that evade tax? What if custom could stop at the border or illegal trade? Or it doesn't have to be necessarily negative, but also what if we could be able to understand how to help the poor part of the population, because AI could really identify who really needs help? What if AI could be able to identify the kids that need early childhood intervention because they're not getting the right care that they need? And I can go on and on and on. I think public sector is indeed, even if I think about it globally, a great source of value, either from a value perspective than from a good perspective. The problem is how much leaders truly want to invest. And I think this is why Saudi Arabia has this big strength, because, I mean, this forum is also a testimony on how the government is really committed to AI. If you want, I can translate again. I think the organization team doesn't like us today.
Hello.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the presentation and the demo. I'd like to ask you about if there is a competency framework or AI framework to understand, or organization can conduct an assessment to know if they are ready to adopt AI, and then two, to understand where is the area of place where they can get the most value.
This is a very loaded question to a consultant. We don't ask framework to consultant, but the good news is yes, there is many framework, and I mean, I can talk to you about the one I know and I'll briefly illustrate, but honestly, I'm sure that many consulting company, many AI agency have developed their framework. And I think typically the dimension are, sometimes the bucket, sometimes they separate, but it's always like an understanding of strategic vision of the leadership, what is your data and technical capability, what is the skills of the people, what is the talent, what is the readiness of the rest of the organization. And I think and I think the cherry on the cake for me is the commitment of the leaders behind that. But again, if you want, happy to share, I have plenty of framework. For your second question, I think I'm going to recycle the question the answer I gave before, because I think there are areas, and I can quote other organizations, but frankly, I don't know what's your organization, but think really about where the value is. Think, and if you can't pinpoint the value, think differently. Think the CEO wakes up and he has 5 headaches. Those are the area where AI can generate value. You know, at the end, we love to do strategy, 300 pages, 554 use case, but what matters, we know, is where we have grief, where we wake up and we are worried about either because it's too high cost, too little revenue, or because it's an area that we really want to achieve. And I can tell you that many organizations here today, and I was talking this morning, actually see a lot of value to thinking about expanding their core, especially those advanced organizations like telecoms, some very wealthy sovereign wealth fund, some very wealthy bank. They're thinking, okay, how can I get more value? So they are even to the next level that I spoke about before. Hope that answered your question. Yes.
Good afternoon. Thanks for your demo. Mohammed Malham from Contracting Manager from Saudi Electricity Company. From McKinsey perspective, regarding the contracting and the procurement, from your side, what is the best trends as of now inside of the AI, and how to use the AI as the best trend now with the procurement and contracting with the process?
I think there is several use cases that I use in procurement, but I want to name one. And I want to name one because I think in the last month I've been called 5 times for something like that. It's the a natural language processing to scan all the contract and identify pattern, identify, especially in big organization, a supplier that for the same product has quoted me 2 different things. Simply putting the contract on the database so I can search better. How do I classify my spend? I have no clue where to start from. My spend says this level and nothing in between. With natural language processing, you can have a dynamic classification, both English, Arabic. So in my point of view, procurement can explore a lot of use case, but frankly, cleaning the spend with natural language processing should be, again, my opinion, the #1 priority. And from what I've seen, it's something quite in demand lately from procurement function. Hope I answer your question. They're giving me the sign, time out. Okay, thank you very much. There is a last question, can we take it? No? No, time out. We can talk offline. Thank you very much. It was a true pleasure. Thank you.
Free to use the headsets placed on your seat if you would like to hear the speakers more comfortably. Please use channel 1 for Arabic and channel 2 for English. We will soon be starting shortly. Thank you very much.
You're the best, Chloe.
We good? All right. Hi, everyone, and welcome to this task force / workshop on AI and the law. Very much delighted to be with you this afternoon, and thankful to the production team and to the organizers for their hospitality and for the opportunity of discussing with you, getting into hopefully a bit of a conversation as to what are the intricacies, what are the opportunities, what are the challenges of aligning artificial intelligence and the law and the rule of law, which is a very important way to ensure peace and prosperity in societies. Without justice, no peace, no prosperity. My name is Nico Nicolamiyai. I'm the founder and the president of the Future Society, a small non-profit think and do tank, which I started a few years ago at the Harvard Kennedy School of Government, and I've been incubating since then. It's an independent organization that is really focused on operationalizing the governance of AI, aligning AI through better governance. And what we do is a cocktail of policy research, advisory, convenings to really help innovate the institutional mechanisms to operationalize the governance of AI. We have a lot of principles. We need to move these principles into practice. That's an enormous challenge, capacity building wise, institutional innovation wise, culturally, and operationally. And so today, I'm excited to be joined by amazing leaders that are going to help us, help you, and even myself, work through the opportunities and challenges of AI and the rule of law. So we have Latifa from the Shura Council, and also an advisor on AI and the law, who is going to provide also and try and contextualize a bit this conversation in the kingdom's reality, opportunities and challenges. We have my dear colleague Nico Nicolamiyai, who at the Future Society leads all our work on AI and the rule of law. One of the things that we're doing, and I invite you already for the Athens Roundtable on AI and the rule of law, the fourth edition that is going to take place later this year at the European Parliament in Brussels, as well as virtually. And it's going to be over, hopefully, 2 days, fourth edition, and it's going to be interesting prolongation of that conversation. And last but not the least, Mark Rothenberg, who is the founder and the director of the Center for AI and Digital Policy based in DC. And Mark and I have been working on different forums on AI and the rule of law and AI policy making. Before I hand over, I think first to Latifa to anchor the conversation in the local context, I want to say a few things over what AI is, what AI isn't, and the consequences for aligning AI and the rule of law. And I'm going to be a bit provocative for you, just to simplify, just to anchor you, just to wake you up also post-lunch. AI is neither artificial nor intelligent. We're talking about extremely stupid, powerful, statistical model. By powerful, I mean that they run on extremely capable computing system, high-performance computers, but they do not exhibit intelligence, they do not exhibit sentience, even less awareness. So, and I insist, stupid in the sense that we're processing huge data over applications that, as you will see, have deep impact on our lives as citizens, but these algorithms are really stupid. So we're processing human rights-related applications through systems which, excuse me, but are not yet, and may never be. We are part of the AI Never session. May never be intelligent. So first, not intelligent. That's why we want to be humble. That's why we want to be precautionary. Second, they are not artificial. They're collective. Who designs? Who programs? Who trains? Who interprets downstreams these decisions to decide to jail an individual or not jail that individual. Humans, you and me. So it's really collective intelligence more than it is artificial. And it's the case, including with the latest technology, GPT-3, Gato, DALI, the large language models, the large multimodal models are the same thing. They are more powerful, they are not yet more intelligent. Intelligence is something that is complicated, that is contextualized. And I think it's important for what we're going to discuss. But enough of me. Let me hand over to Latifa for a bit of contextualization. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Nicolas. Welcome, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be with you, surrounded by brilliant minds and from diverse backgrounds. My name is Latifa. I'm an advisor and assistant professor in AI for law, and a Shura Council member, so I speak the language of law for AI. Yesterday, by coincidence, I received a citation for an article in a celebration of 30 years for AI and Law Journal. So the field is not new. It has been there for more than 40 years so far. In the last 10 years, I could tell that it moves into practice, into law firms, into criminal investigations, and into judicial practices. I can give you examples from Brazilian's courts into China's judge bots. So these kinds of examples saves a lot of time and increase the productivity and accuracy for a massive amount of legal documents that needs around years to be accomplished. Now, let me just focus my talk to highlight my personal views about Saudi Arabia's movement into AI for law. In 2014, I remember a French professor, a lawyer, she asked me whether AI and law will be in Saudi after 10 years. We are today celebrating this moment, having the Taskforce for AI and law, as well as many applications in AI for law that you might not know about. But as Saudi individuals, I'm sure that we are all using Naj's platform. We have Ministry of Justice here, Majid. Please, if you want more questions, you can go to Majid about Naj's platform. Naj's is a unified platform that provides many judicial services. I could give you very high-level examples where AI has been used in Naj's. I'm sure that some of you remember or seen that a very old handwritten document has been digitized and recorded for you on Naj's. For example, the land deeds. This has been done by AI using computer vision. And more than this, the data on Naj's platform is very promising. And I think you have to move into hackathons for Naj's now to provide more insights about the legal services and disrupt also many kinds of legal services that could be provided. Moreover, after the changes in the legislations, after having the announcement of the 4 new legislations, we are looking forward to have AI in Saudi courts for at least simple cases. Not only in the Ministry of Justice, but a lot of legal departments as well, in public and private sectors. I can't declare names now, please, sorry. But they are using legal services or AI solutions to help them, for example, in classifying many legal claims that they received in their legal departments. Moreover, we have law firms, the international corporate ones here in Saudi. They are using also AI solutions in order to provide predictions about their chances of winning legal claims before it has been before they have accepted. And also, they are using the summarizing for AI for summarizing contracts and agreements to speed up the work of AI, of law or legal services in their law firms. However, we were just discussing a couple of issues. Do we need to automate every legal aspect? That's a question. What about these solutions or AI solutions? Could they breach our privacy? To which extent these legal or these AI solutions are trustworthy? And for example, if I would give many government platforms, to which extent there's an authority or the level of authority for these platforms and to provide such services or very sensitive services to the individuals? Can some elderly people access those platforms? These kind of questions that we need to find an answer to. When one of the conversations between me and lawyers who wants to apply AI solution, they said to me, "Don't worry, doctor, lawyers do mistakes too." Okay, lawyers are responsible for their mistakes. However, I can't blame an AI solution for such a mistake. So how to govern AI? What is the law for AI? So this is our work in the Shura Council to review and regulate or not to regulate AI for now. It's the mandate of the National Data Office in Saudi, who published the data policies. There are already 9 data policies published on their website. And also they have already announced this year the Personal Data Protection Law, which we reviewed also in the Shura Council, in addition to manage the data governance offices in all the public entities. Moreover, as I'm discussing about the regulation of AI, I was just asking or discussing with my colleagues whether we need legal tech sandbox. They said, I will leave this question open for you to think about. Do we need legal tech sandbox like what we did in fintech? This is a debate question that might be discussed during the session today. And last note that I want to mention about Saudi is that we are not only working in isolation, we are also contributing in the global discussion around AI ethics and AI policies and regulations during G20. And also, Saudi has committed to UNESCO's framework, the recommendation on the ethics of AI, with respect to our national laws to implement policies on ethics principles, with respect to our national laws and cultural, religious values. And Sadaya, before a couple of weeks, they announced the AI ethics principles for Saudi for public review. For now, I think I just want to call for our lawyers and policymakers to help us to move this field in Saudi. And there's also a UNESCO course, I think, in AI and law in collaboration with the Future Society that you could utilize. They publish it. You have Arabic language as well, right? So it's both in English and Arabic. Thanks so much for listening. And I will let Nikki and Mark continue the discussion. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Latifa.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah. Well, thank you, Latifa. And hello, everyone. My name is Nikki. It's a real pleasure to be here. It's been some time till when we had a chance to physically meet. So I'm really appreciative from the Global AI Summit that we can all meet and speak on this timely topic. So I'm going to spend about 10 minutes or so to just discuss how AI is actually being used in context of the law. We're seeing AI, as Latifa was mentioning, really improve and make law administration more cost-effective. We're also seeing AI increase accessibility to justice. Yet at the same time, as we'll discuss, AI use cases in the law are also surfacing risks. So these risks have to do with security concerns. These risks also have to do with our rights and our values. Let's maybe take a few moments. Let's pretend we're not in this beautiful venue. So if we were, let's say we're the heads of a police department, and we're given, we have to make a decision. Some startup, some private sector startup is offering us an AI system where we can use that technology to decide which regions or which individuals are more likely to commit a crime, and hence we can then allocate our limited resources to that region. Should we deploy this AI system? Or there could be a case where you are, say your brother has just committed a crime. He stole something from a grocery store, and he's already served 2 years in jail, and he has to go to court, and the judge has the choice to use an AI system to decide whether he is likely to reconvict a crime and hence stay in jail, or he should be let free. Should the judge use that AI system? There's another example where, say, this one shouldn't be too hard to imagine. So let's pretend we're a national policymaker. There's a global pandemic, and you've just passed lockdown measures where you have to stay at home. Should I, as a national policymaker, launch online courts, including robot judges, to make sure that justice still goes on as before and proceedings don't stay in the limit? So these are all real examples. These are actual AI applications, and they've been used worldwide, some of them also here in Saudi Arabia, to make sure law continues to be practiced and administered. But I want to make sure we understand that there are also risks connected to each of these use cases. And we'll get into that in just a bit. Before we address the risks, I wanted to make sure, as Nico mentioned, when we say AI, what do we mean by AI, and what are the actual AI applications? So AI is, one of the issues is that there is no definition for just an AI system. We like to think of AI as machines that are capable to imitate human intelligence and to conduct functionalities such as problem solving, such as reasoning, and so on. And AI can have two different approaches or two different variants. So AI system can be rules-based, which means a developer, a human being, prescribes the system with specific rules, and then that AI system makes inferences. Say if if A, then B. Or there's also the similar cases warrant similar treatment. So this is when AI systems look at previous examples and then analyze that data to then make a prediction of the necessary outcome. As I mentioned before, AI in the cases of law contexts are already being used. We, for example, have seen AI being used for criminal and litigations. We have seen for electronic discovery, for docket management, for the selection of a jury, and so on. So there are examples. In Canada, there was the famous case of the Civil Resolution Tribunal, which is an online court that became very effective during the pandemic. There was, in the US, this is an infamous case called Compass, where the judicial system in the US was using an AI system to understand the likelihood of a criminal to be reconvicted. In China, we actually are seeing the use of robot judges to convict cases. Latif also mentioned this. There's also the case of Victor in Brazil, which looks at court appeals. We're also seeing AI systems actually be used to analyze actual legislature and make sure that law is actually doing what it's supposed to do. In Australia, there's actually an interesting case where there's an AI system trying to analyze legislature and try to understand if there are gender discriminations within it, and then hence make the necessary changes. So as I mentioned before, though, it's not that easy. An AI system, yes, has a lot of opportunities, but there are also risks that I think as a society we need to be aware of, and we also need to be ready and equipped to address those risks, to mitigate them in order for AI systems to actually be beneficial for society. So to the questions I was asking earlier, right? Maybe I saw some nods actually in the audience. A lot of people were saying, yes, we should use AI for predictive policing. Yes, we should use AI for criminal risk assessment. Yes, we should use AI for the surge of online courts. But I want us to understand that we need to be ready and equipped to deal with the risks that come with it. So for example, if I was that chief in the police department that was thinking about procuring an AI system, for predictive policing, we need to be cautious that there might be security concerns. If that private startup organization, say, was going to get hacked, or if they at some point wanted to sell that data to a malicious actor, then are we ready and prepared to deal with that challenge? Likewise, in that case that I mentioned of criminal risk assessment, there's the infamous case called Compass in the US, where AI was being used by judges across most of the states in the US to see, as I was saying before, whether someone that was already in jail, whether he or she was likely to be reconvicted again. What came out of this use case was that we saw the AI system was biased towards people of color. So regardless of whether that person had convicted a crime in the past, or regardless of what that crime was, maybe it was something not that serious, maybe it was just stealing something small from a grocery store, the likelihood, again, if you were a person of color, to have a higher score, a higher risk score in that sense, was much grander than if you were white. So there are issues related to bias and discrimination in that sense as well. When I gave the example about the online courts, of course, that has great potential. There's the potential to... Oh, can you? Yes. There's the potential to make sure that justice, you're still having access to justice. But at the same time, we know that there are existing inequalities in society, and there are people that might not have the capacity or the bandwidth to join on this online court. So we need to make sure that if we are launching this, we're making sure that we're not further widening those inequality gaps and the digital divide. So here are some of the risks for AI adoption. As I mentioned, there's on the one side the security concerns, but on the other hand, the more rights-based concerns. Those have to deal with fairness, bias, and discrimination. Also, the issue of accountability. A big concern that we work with at the Future Society is trying to understand, okay, if something goes wrong, who's responsible at the end of the day? Is it the developer? Is it, say, the judge that was using the AI system? Is it the policymaker? Who will take the liability and the responsibility? There are also the clear privacy concerns that, and we were talking about it with the stakeholders here, that the notion of privacy has changed. So what does that mean when, again, using data of individuals in such types of contexts? And then, of course, there are issues around human agency and human autonomy. Robot judges, what does that mean for actual physical judges and physical lawyers? Does that mean that they will be replicated, or how can we make sure that we promote an environment that's actually augmented? So again, I want us to understand the mass opportunities that AI brings for law context, whether it's to make sure that law is administered in practice or to make sure the law is enforced. But I also want to urge us to make sure that we understand the risks. And those risks are what bring us to the next section, where Mark will talk about the need for actual legislation and the need for governance measures to address those risks effectively.
Do I need the...
Oh, I can move.
So, hello everyone. My name is Mark Rotenberg. I am the founder and director of the Center for AI and Digital Policy in Washington, D.C. I'm also a professor of law at the Georgetown University Law Center, where I've taught privacy and data protection for over 30 years. I think an award to Latifa, recognized for her work in the field of AI law for the past 30 years. I will say that as a field of study, data protection and privacy are generally better understood than the law of artificial intelligence. AI is developing rapidly, both at the national and international level, and I have been particularly interested in the various standards and legal norms that organizations are setting out so that we begin to understand the boundaries and the contours of what we call the law of artificial intelligence. Can you take us forward, please? Okay, so good. Here are several of the leading, most influential, most significant frameworks for the law of artificial intelligence. and I have been personally involved in the development of the OECD AI principles, which were in fact the first global framework for AI policy adopted by the OECD nations in 2019, and then by the G20 the same year at the meeting of the G20 ministers in Osaka. And the following year, of course, the ministers were here in Riyadh to discuss further AI policy. So the OECD AI principles are enormously influential as a starting point for how we talk about AI law and policy. We also know about the UNESCO recommendation on AI ethics, which was also mentioned this morning in the opening talks. This is a remarkably comprehensive framework that built upon the earlier work of the OECD, which had addressed familiar issues such as fairness, accountability, and transparency, but looked also at emerging issues such as AI's impact on climate change or gender equity. And at our session later this afternoon in the main plenary, we will be talking with a representative from UNESCO about the implementations of the UNESCO recommendation on AI ethics. Many of us are also in the midst of the process right now in Europe, actually two proceedings. One concerns the EU Artificial Intelligence Act, which many anticipate will have a similar regulatory impact as did the GDPR, which is the EU's data protection framework that has been broadly influential around the world. Many countries, including Saudi Arabia and others, have adopted privacy frameworks similar to the GDPR for the joint purpose of establishing data protection, which also enables the free flow of personal data. And that may sound a little paradoxical, but if we think about how we build trust and confidence in the digital environment, we actually need these safeguards to help ensure that the systems that we design and use enable the exchange of data and technology that makes possible innovation. Another very important legal development underway in which we are also participating is taking place at the Council of Europe. And this is the development of the first international convention for artificial intelligence. It will be a treaty. It is anticipated that it will be announced in 2023, and it will be open for ratification by both member and non-member states of the Council of Europe, which means that we can anticipate that it will have a global impact. Now, all of these frameworks and conventions and acts are quite broad in their scope, but I thought a useful way to be able to talk about the most critical principles was to share with you this short card. Chloe, I don't know in the back if you can help us maybe, but if we could distribute this card to the participants. I know we have a stack here. You'll also find this set of principles online on the internet under the heading Universal Guidelines for Artificial Intelligence. This framework was developed in 2018 with the participation of over 300 experts from more than 40 countries. And the goal was to identify the most important principles for the governance of AI. And I can fairly say, now that several years have passed, that many of these principles, in fact, will be found in the international legal frameworks, in the OECD and G20 AI principles, in the UNESCO AI recommendation, and I anticipate also in the EU AI Act and the Council of Europe AI Convention. So if you will allow me for just a few minutes, I'd like to walk through these principles with you to give you some understanding of what I believe have become the most influential legal principles for artificial intelligence. And the first one is significant. The first one talks about a right to transparency. Now, let me share a little joke with you. Before I became an American lawyer, I did something useful. I was a computer scientist, and I was very interested, in fact, in chess programs. I wrote computer programs for chess and backgammon. But back when I wrote these programs, they were very simple. We would call them today rule-based expert systems, essentially a decision tree. And we could make a set of rules, and we could look at the outcome, and we could say, well, our program can be improved simply by adjusting a few of the coefficients. The king maybe needs to be kept in the corner. Perhaps the queen needs to move to the center of the board. You understand what I'm describing in the game of chess. But the key point you see in the early days of chess programming was that this was all transparent, and the person writing the program knew how to make the adjustments. This has changed in the era of machine learning. And if you examine the very famous chess match that took place in 2018 between the traditional program, which was Stockfish, a very strong chess program, then the world champion, and a new program based on machine learning called AlphaZero, it was AlphaZero that defeated Stockfish. But if you looked at the moves of AlphaZero and you tried to answer the question, why did the machine make this move, there was no way to prove the outcome. Because, of course, this had been generated from machine learning process. And people, frankly, were amazed, but they were also, frankly, a little bit scared. Because you see, now they had created the most powerful chess-playing program in the world. They simply didn't know how it worked, right? Now let's think about that for a moment as applied to decisions concerning individuals. In fact, I thought Nikki's example of criminal sentencing was excellent. Let's say we have a very powerful program that looks specifically at the problem of recidivism, the likelihood of recommitting a crime. And our very powerful program says, I can predict with more accuracy than a human judge the likelihood that this person will commit a crime again. And therefore, I recommend this sentence. But what if we can't prove that determination? Do we give the individual the sentence, not knowing how it was derived? This is a very difficult problem. And it's the reason that we put the right to transparency at the beginning of our 10 principles. Our view is that if you're going to make decisions about people, yes, then we need to know the basis of the decision. It needs to be provable. We need to understand the outcome. We also said that we need a right to a human determination. Now, the point, and I think it was well made by one of the speakers this morning, is that we want artificial intelligence to aid human decision-making, not to replace human decision-making. And if the machine gives us more information so that we make a better decision, that's actually a better outcome for us. But if we don't understand the basis of the decision and we don't have control of the decision, then it's problematic. We talked also about an identification obligation. Who are we interacting with on the internet? When we talk to a chatbot, is that an actual person? Is that a robot? We'd like to know. We're not against the use of robots. In fact, in many cases, online services, it could be well more efficient. But let's at least understand whether that interaction is with a machine or a person. We talk also about fairness. We may make a determination about an individual that's based on an automated process, and it may have negative consequences for the individual, and it may be the correct decision. Perhaps the person should not be admitted to the university. Perhaps the person does not get the bank loan. But we want to be sure it's a fair decision. And almost all of the global frameworks for artificial intelligence place fairness in the center, because in the realm of automated decision-making, this is critical. Assessment and accountability. Many of these frameworks, including the UNESCO framework, talk about the need for an impact assessment. How do we evaluate the consequences of deploying an AI system? And also in these guidelines, we talk about the need of doing that assessment prior to deployment. If we can understand the risks associated with an AI system, the likelihood of confronting a problem further on should be diminished. Doesn't mean that we can eradicate risk, but it means that we can manage risk if we have done an assessment in advance. We then begin to think about the data on which we're relying in this machine learning era. Is it accurate? Is it reliable? Is it valid? Is it timely? You know, the problem with a lot of data sets is that they become stale. We have information from people that's 6 months old, 2 years old, 10 years old. It may not actually inform an accurate decision at this moment in time. And so again, when we're making decisions about people, we consider the accuracy of the data. Public safety is critical for the deployment of AI systems, particularly network-based Internet of Things systems. And interestingly, when the European Union began the drafting of the AI Act, it actually looked at two broad categories. What is it that it is seeking to protect? It is seeking to protect fundamental rights, which are the decisions concerning individuals. It's seeking to protect public safety because of the risk of deploying AI systems that could run into trouble, causing problems broadly across society. Cybersecurity, also mentioned today, a critical dimension of AI deployment. Why? Because AI systems are vulnerable to attack. And we always have to consider in the back of our mind, when we're deploying a system, how will we deal with an adversary? Okay. I'll be very brief. Sorry to take so much time. I just think it's a very useful set of principles, and then I'll stop. 3 prohibitions. Where do we have our red lines? Our topic for today. Secret profiling. Should not make judgments about people without their knowledge. Maybe there's a good reason for the adverse determination, but they should know the basis of the determination, and they should know the consequence. Unitary scoring. Our view is that governments should not assign a single number to an individual that acts as a stigma, that denies opportunities for travel or employment or business. And finally, termination. If we lose control of an AI system, it's not just a problem in the movies. It's a problem in the real world. And the people responsible for deploying such a system have the obligation to terminate the system. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Can you hear me? Am I audible? Okay. We have something like 10 minutes left, so it's time to open it up for a bit of a conversation. I have a question, the gentleman over there. Anyone else? We can pick up in rounds. Okay. Sir, if you can introduce yourself ahead of the question, it's even great to help us know a bit better.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for this amazing lecture. My name is Mohammed Khalid Salim. I am a legal research. So my question is, the professor mentioned about the public safety. So as I know, there is some exceptions in the privacy law if this will affect the national security or the public safety. So could we consider the court as public safety because they trying to save the legal system and make it safe and give the people like fair trial? Because like I know also in some law, in the Saudi, the information privacy Saudi law, they put some exceptions to the public safety and the national security safety. Also in the US, there is some exceptions. For instance, there is some laws, Patriot Act and FISA Act, you know that. They have the right to breach the privacy for the individuals. So could we give the right to the courts, or could we consider the courts as a public safety? This is my question.
Okay, maybe we can start. I know you have many things to. I just want to make sure I understand your question properly.
Yeah.
You're talking about the regime of exceptions into a legal framework.
Yeah.
I just want to understand what you mean by courts consider, yeah.
Both of them. The judge, we could give him like high access on the AI. Also, the law firms.
Okay.
Could we give them high access to the AI? Because both of them, like, they are trying to, how I can say it, work on the legal system and make it safe and work in a good way.
An exception in terms of IP, in terms of, okay, whatever rules could apply.
Yeah.
Latifa, do you want to start and then, yeah, Mark, I'm sure you have to, Maniki. Latifa. Whoa, yeah.
Thanks very much. Well, as I'm not sure if I understand your question very well, but you are not talking about AI applications in the courts, right? Are you? So you will, okay, I got your point. So you are saying that the AI application that is going to be used in courts or legal or some legal services would have exception to personal data privacy. Well, I think that depends on the law there. So in AI systems, we need to work on both the sandbox for AI systems as well as the other national laws. So we will follow if there are any exception for the court system, it should be followed. But this is pure, I'm giving myself I'm wearing the lawyer's hat, so I will give this answer to Mark, if you would like to elaborate.
Yeah, and Mark, let's try and keep it brief, but please answer it. Then we have a question over there and a question from the gentleman over there.
Well, I'll be brief. I think it's a great question. I think you're referring to actually the national security exception found in privacy law. And it is true that all governments will assert a national security exception in certain privacy-related matters. But I was actually making a different point, which is that for all organizations that deploy an AI system, including the courts, they would have a public safety obligation, because we don't want the system to get out of control. We don't want it to cause unintended harms. And as the courts integrate AI into the decision-making, this would be another dimension of the legal analysis. But that's separate from national security, which I think was your point.
And just a reminder, if you're interested in diving deeper, go www.thefuturesociety.org. There is a MOOC on AI and the rule of law, which is open, which is targeting these kind of questions. Though yours was getting more technical, but feel free to go and fetch some additional input there. Madam, over there. Madam over there, then I'll go to you over there, and then you, sir. Sorry, but yeah.
Hi, thanks a lot for this interesting lecture. My name is Amal Al-Mansour. I have this question, simple question. Actually, the principle that you have been talking about, I mean, like the fairness, the transparency, and the human rights, it's really important. But I mean, like, how you manage all of them? I mean, like, let me give you an example. I mean, like, if I build a fair AI system, okay, that means it should be explainable and it should be transparent. There's transparency. I should know the data. But this would be against the human, I mean, like the privacy. So, because, the AI systems, it's built on the data. So, I mean, like, I should know the data. Maybe I'll get, I mean, like, it's related to sending someone, like, I mean, years in jail. So I should know the data that would send someone, I mean, to jail for the rest of his life. But this would be against the privacy of the data. So how you manage all these aspects together to build somehow, let's say, a fair AI system?
Well, it's a great one. We don't have a lot of time, and there is much to say there. Let me first acknowledge that, yes, these principles come into tension, but that no, they should not, the tension should never be seen as a good excuse to use one against the other. And one easy rule into that is that, you know, the most favorable outcome should be given to the less powerful entity. If the most powerful entity is using fairness to diminish privacy, I think we have a problem. But the tension exists, and that's why moving from these principles into practices is the key, in my view. But anything to add very quickly? Otherwise, I would like to hand over to the gentleman over there.
Hello, my name is Fabio from MIT. I have a question about the second principle, right to human determination. What's the limit of that? I mean that imagine autonomous cars. We know that humans will make the worst decision ever. So what's the limit of, like, look, humans should not determine this action because we know that humans will make a worse decision?
Do you want to take this?
Well, I'm not sure if I agree with your premise that humans always make the worst decision. I know sometimes they do. I did study autonomous vehicles, and I was fascinated that the manufacturers proposed a level 4. And level 4 is very interesting. You're smiling because you know what I'm talking about. Level 4 is the moment in time when the car doesn't know what to do, and it says to the human operator, here, you take over, right? Now, there's a problem, obviously, in this design, because if we're dependent on a machine, but we recognize also the limitations of the machine, for example, confused by water on the road or a stop sign that's painted blue, yes, right? Suddenly, we're left with a responsibility because the machine has reached its limits. So when we think about these types of designs, I think we have to be a bit careful that we don't assume human perfection, but we also don't make the mistake of assuming machine perfection. And machines exist in human environments. So we design systems to interact with people. And at the end of the day, it's a person in the vehicle who's responsible for the vehicle. And that's what we mean by human control.
Let me add to that. I think that one of the things we're trying to do well through these moves from normative principles into practice is to elevate a wall. Usually we should build bridges, but there are a few walls that have to be built. One wall is between support to decision-making systems on the one hand, where the human decision should never be put into a context of rubber stamping. Rubber stamping is equaling abuse, there are risks. On the one hand, support the decision-making systems, they have a legal, I would say, realm of their own, and on the other hand, automatic decision-making system. Yes, they're intertwined. The case of automatic vehicle is a great case in point, and the level 4 is a very interesting case where we're moving across the boundary between ADM and support to decision-making systems. If you're asking a sleepy man or woman to take over control in a dangerous situation, you know what's the outcome. So let's not set ourselves collectively for failure, both in the case of safety, but in the case of rights and the rule of law. Yeah. Please. Yes, but I think he was waiting for a long time. You'll have the privilege of last question, sir. This. Yes.
Salam and hello. This is Abdurrahman Al-Bawardi, working on Rajhi Bank, project manager of Rajhi Capital portfolio. Actually, I got a question to Ms. Latifa for what Aryo mentioned. My question is actually simple. What do you mean by respect rules and how to apply these? What do you mean by respect rules while building systems?
You'll need the mic back. Yeah, you see. Analogic. Yeah.
Thanks very much. Well, I think your question is about UNESCO's recommendation on the ethics of AI. This recommendation has a general agreement, normative agreement with the 193 member states, I guess. Every member state is diverse. So every country, every government has their own cultural diverse. For example, here we have to respect our religion, norms, our Arabic language, cultural values for music, whatever we are talking about, museums, our mosques, and so on. So when we are implementing, like the question that we had from the lady right there, when we are implementing the ethics principles and when we are implementing those policies, we have to take in consideration our own cultural values. So we are not following like the general or what's going on in different countries. We have to build our own, the principles of the ethics based on our laws and based on our cultural values. Yeah, this is what I mean.
Let me end here and thank you so very much for your attendance and questions, and thank our panelists and speakers. Thank you so very much, Latifa, Nikki, and Mark. Have a great rest.
Yeah, okay.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Great. We'll go ahead and get started now. My name is Bricklin Dwyer. I'm the chief economist and head of the MasterCard Economics Institute. At the Economics Institute, we really do a lot with data. We do a lot with our own data. We do a lot with other people's data. And we really try to create interesting stories to look at. But more importantly, is we invent economic measurement. So as you think about economics and you think about how we measure the economy, what we try to do is create new and innovative ways of doing just that. So a map to start you off and give you a bit of a flavor of what we do in real time is what we're looking at is the Gulf economy. So that's a concept. You probably didn't learn about it in your economics school. But the idea of the Gulf economy, or measuring just how much we spend on golf, has really been an evolution. So what we're looking at is a map here from October 2020. And we can watch that evolution over time and just see how it grew during the pandemic and how much greener it got, or just how much more folks started spending on the golf economy. What you can see is across Europe, this was driven by obviously a lot of golf courses across Europe. But the impact that we saw across Europe is true for many places across the world, which is that the golf economy really took off. Why is that? That's because we were all locked up in our homes and we wanted something else to do. So what did? We got out there, bought new golf clubs, and apparently went out and kept playing golf. What's important here is that how green this picture is today is reflective of just how sustainable that demand is and has been for the experience economy. This is going to be one of the key themes I'm going to talk about today. We saw this dramatic shift from buying stuff to buying experiences. That's a theme that we're going to focus on. All right, just a quick disclaimer. These are all my views, not the views of MasterCard. This is the views of the Economics Institute. We are a research group, so we are independent of MasterCard, the company, and their views as they are. Okay, so top ideas I'm going to talk about today. Number one is that the job story, the saving story, are really at the heart of how deep or how shallow this economic cycle will be. Many places in the world facing very high inflation, that's going to have an impact on those markets. That reallocation of the wallet shift and just how sustainable demand is for things like experiences. The last point I'm going to talk about today is the sustainability of some of these ideas. It takes a huge economic shock, generally, for people to change their spending patterns. And the reason for that is because we tend to get used to stuff. We tend to get used to eating a certain way, or shopping a certain way, or traveling a certain way. And it's very hard to shift some of those unless you have a true disruption in economics or in jobs, more importantly. So what we see today is that tension between people worried about the outlook and the reality that a lot of the world today still remains very employed. So taking a first look, obviously inflation taking center stage in just about most conversations, with the exception of places like Saudi Arabia today, where high inflation really has been rampant. How high has it been? What we're looking at is a chart on the left-hand side showing you a global map of the world and where we've seen elevated inflation, all those bright red spots across the world. And on the right-hand side, you see just how dramatic these price changes have been. So you can see from Japan all the way to Russia, we've seen this dramatic increase in prices, which has been impacting the consumer basket, or what people have been spending on the most. Naturally, this has the biggest impact on the lower income individuals, where this ends up being a larger proportion of total spend. But what's interesting is that as much as we see this around the world, when we look at the oil exporters, with a couple of exceptions here, of course, on the right-hand side, Nigeria and Angola, we don't see a lot of inflation, right? So if we kick out Nigeria and Angola just for a quick second, we see that those price changes are very limited, right? You still see some movement, you still see elevated inflation, but it's not the same degree. Why is that? Of course, connected to the oil story, but also connected to the supply chain disruption. You did not see that importation of the supply chain disruption, or that higher inflation driven by that disruption, as much across GCC or oil importing countries. Now, of course, there are benefits and some pain points with having an oil economy. As we look at the growth outlook, what we're looking at is the red dot showing you the oil economy versus the gray dots, which is the non-oil economy. For 2022, everything looks bright and rosy for those oil economies like Saudi. But of course, as we look forward and we start to think about what's going to happen in 2023, this is no surprise to most of us in the room that that picture changes dramatically. That reliance on growth to the non-oil economy becomes ever more important. Right? This is why that focus, why we're here today talking about AI. We're not talking about doubling down on oil. We're talking about that diversification of the world because of this picture. This is one of those ideas that I think gets a lot of attention in terms of globalization. Okay? So we were in a globalization world. We were getting more and more globalized in terms of product. And then all of a sudden things changed very quickly. We started talking about the deglobalization of the world, or the onshoring, friendshoring, all these very fun topics that we like to talk about. But what's really happening around the world is the chart on the left-hand side. Global trade. And what's not happening in this picture is that global trade is declining. That would be a sign that we are truly headed toward a deglobalized world. What's happening right now is that that trend has been arrested, or stagnating now. And that point is really important, because as we think about that flatlining of global trade, it's basically telling you that as much as we start to think about some of these ideas of just how deglobalized we're becoming, it's not happening. That's because of the specialty. As you look around the room, you'll see that computer chips and things like that are still made in the same places. That diversification, that ability to switch on new production facilities takes a long time and is very, very complicated. All right, now we're going to talk a bit more about our data. So as we think about our data, as we think about what we can do, this is a measurement of retail sales in the US, giving you a great example of this shift from goods to services. So as we think about that, the first step during the pandemic was to, of course, be locked up in our homes. We bought a bunch of stuff, right? We did that because we couldn't spend money on services. We weren't allowed to travel, and therefore you ended up saving a bunch of money that you didn't want to save, and you ended up spending money on a lot of discretionary goods. What also happened as a result is that after the pandemic, or if you think about the reopening as the somewhat end of the pandemic, folks really wanted to get re-engaged. They wanted to get re-engaged with the experience economy. And that really is a top shift that we're seeing. So we moved away during the pandemic, airlines, lodging, stuff like that. We saw that initial rebound, but we saw more than that. In 2022, we saw that continuation of appetite for things like experiences, airlines, travel, and that momentum. I'm going to go into a bit more detail on that, but that really is a key point I want to bring up here. So as we think about discretionary spending, here we're looking at Saudi Arabian discretionary spending. Again, some pretty powerful insights that we're able to derive from our data here. This is looking at Saudi Arabian discretionary versus non-discretionary spend data. And what you'll see at the top is you see this trend, which is that we're going from an economy that used to spend about 7% of its wallet for essential goods. That's grocery and restaurant stuff like that. And then moving to discretionary. So moving to services, other discretionary retail, T&E, and all of those categories. So that's really, really meaningful for Saudi Arabia, but it's meaningful for the rest of the world as well. That's happening in the rest of the world largely due to higher inflation. You're seeing that shift, or that greater share of spending going to discretionary. That's why folks like Ukraine are top of the list. Anytime you're in a crisis, you end up spending a lot more in discretionary goods. But in the case of Saudi Arabia, a lot of that movement is really being driven by a more digitized economy, more acceptance of card payments and things like that, shifting that share. All right, this is a fun chart that has a whole bunch of colors and very easy to get lost in. So let me simplify it for you. As we take the top line here, it looks at Saudi Arabia domestic share of spending. So if you think about your own spending and how you allocate your wallet and how you think about that, the bright orange is showing you department store spend. So this is showing you just how much share of spend is happening in department stores. And we can look at clothing. So about 6.9% of your average Saudi Arabian is spending on clothing stores. As we move down, we'll see that other retail is a massive share in Saudi Arabia. But now we start to look at some of these other pictures and start to think about, where Saudi Arabians are spending their money outside of the country. And this is where it gets really interesting. I'm going to go back to that department store picture for just a minute. This will probably come to no shock to any Saudi Arabians in the room that they love, or you love, UK department stores, right? Am I right? Harrods, anyone? So that UK department store spend is exactly where we see that relative outperformance. So if you want to understand your customer, if you want to understand where people are spending and where that demand is going, that's exactly where that picture is. This is telling you not just the flavor or that appetite, but that massive outperformance in that sector. We also start to appreciate that places like Bahrain have a tremendous, again, apparently what's happening is that when you go to Bahrain, you see this tremendous spend in terms of food. So people go there for the food, for the experience, and that economy really is outperforming. That's what our third line is showing, that big 24.5%, right? Nearly a quarter of spend from Saudi Arabians when they go to Bahrain are spending it on food. All right, I'm going to jump to a different topic, and this gets to measurement. So at the MasterCard Economics Institute, we like to invent measurement. And how we do that is we try to come up with metrics or things that don't exist in the world, which includes like the golf economy that we talked about earlier, but it also includes things like measuring small businesses. So as you walk out your home and you look around and you see a small business, you can identify it and say, that's a small business, that one isn't. But as you think about trying to measure that for the world, for a measurement that doesn't exist, how do you do that? That's exactly what we've done here. We've looked at how do we take different metrics to identify a small business, like the number of locations, number of transactions, the average transaction size, to be able to identify what a small business is and then derive those insights. Then we're able to see just how many new businesses were created, how many businesses went out of business during the pandemic, which was about twice as many as normal. But that picture on the first side, which is how many new businesses were created, really was remarkable. During most economic cycles, you see a bunch of businesses die and no businesses created for a long time. This pandemic resulted in a whole bunch of new businesses created to the extent that it was really remarkable. I think in Saudi Arabia, we saw about a doubling in the new business creation. What we're looking at here is the retail share of spend. So where do people spend their money online? We're looking at the UAE here. In-person spending starting to decline, online spending continuing to increase. This speaks to just how strong the momentum is in the online share of spending from small businesses. What's unique about this is in the Middle East, particularly in UAE and Saudi, we're seeing a lot of strength in the online share of sales. This is different than what we're seeing in the rest of the world. If we look at some more developed economies, for example, like the United States, you can see that online share of small businesses declining. Very different picture. And this starts to get at that idea of when you have very mature markets, then that ability to continue to drive new online sales ends up finding some challenges. When we end up with some less mature markets, when we're talking about online share, then you have a tremendous amount of opportunity for that sustained growth. As digital payments get adopted, the ability for a small business to get started up and accept new payments and accept that online platform continue to grow quite remarkably. All right, I'm going to go back to this experience economy. And this is looking at European travel. So European bookings of airline tickets. The chart on the left-hand side is showing you consumer versus corporate bookings. So during the pandemic, we all thought, all right, that's the end of travel. We're going to be a Zoomified economy, right? Here we are in Riyadh. Clearly not the case. And this is exactly what we see in our data. What we see in our data is the left-hand side. This is bookings in Europe. But it's not just that business bookings have picked up. It's that business bookings in Europe are outperforming consumer spending on travel or number of trips booked. That's what's remarkable. It's not happening everywhere in the world, but in Europe, this really is remarkable. So if you think about that European appetite to do business, it's really tremendous right now. That in-person interaction really is quite strong. As we look at that picture for MIA, it becomes a little bit more balanced. So you see the balance between consumer and corporate kind of running in stride with one another. So not that same picture that we saw in Europe. What's also happening right now, and this speaks to the duration of this economic cycle, is that we see a lot of momentum in the appetite for travel, not just in the number of bookings, but the type of bookings that are happening. And if we look at these top three lines, so here we're looking at Germany and the bookings for long haul, that's the orange line, medium haul, which is the blue, and then the short haul, which is the green. And the bottom chart is showing you the differential between short and long. So this big gap here that we're seeing is showing you that the demand for long haul travel is outpacing short haul travel. And it's showing you that demand, the further you go as the economies have reopened, the more confident you are in spending. It's more expensive to travel further. And of course, this is coming at a time when oil prices have, of course, been quite elevated. So when we think about the duration, we think about some of these shifts that we're seeing in the world today, that shift from essential goods to that experience economy really is at the core of it. It suggests that as people have built up a lot of savings, particularly in the higher income, that it could be more sustained, could create a bifurcated world where there's a bit of weakness from lower income, but that sustained demand from higher income in Western economies, and of course places like the Middle East and Saudi doing quite well from the oil economy in 2022, and then the challenges become more focused on the non-oil economy as we move forward. All right, I'll invite Maria, who is our head of Saudi and Bahrain, right? Yeah, and we'll jump into some questions.
Thank you, Brooklyn. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our session. Pleasure to see. I believe we are at 50-50 female ratio now officially in this club. And frankly, do you know that Saudi Arabia is leading in terms of the female workforce participation currently in the market? And I'm very proud of it. I run Saudi and Bahrain. So to look at macroeconomic environment, so I think that Brooklyn has given us a really nice introduction to the global trends. What I would really like to deep dive into is the current situation in the European markets. With the supply chain destruction, we are, of course, currently our economy is controlled, and you know that we are growing at 9% GDP. We control inflation at 2.7%. But what do you anticipate will happen when the winter comes and the supply of gas would be stopped and the supply chain destruction happens? How would it impact us locally here?
So I think there's a few things about Europe and the direct impacts on this region I'll mention. I'll begin by saying I don't think anybody knows what Putin is going to do next, except for Putin, and we'll leave it at that. I think the next step of this is to appreciate how interlinked the global economy is today. And that gets to the point on globalization. The myth that we are not interconnected, it really is an important point as we think about the impact of a Russian supply cutoff to Europe, which will be very impactful in impacting a point that I would like to make, which is high quality jobs. So as we think about a normal economic cycle, the first step is to lay off lower quality jobs, and then eventually you get to the higher quality jobs. And during this economic cycle, you have a lack of hiring in lower quality jobs, the restaurants, the hotels, and things like that, that have been very difficult to hire for, which means that you won't have as much firing. That's a good thing for this economic cycle. It means that it could be shallower and shorter if we start to think about what Europe is likely to look like. What changes that picture is a supply disruption from Russian gas, and that really would produce a more dramatic downturn, and that would have implications for the supply chain, building all sorts of products coming out of Europe, and the implications for the Middle East. It would also have implications for the appetite for risk-taking globally. So as we think about that idea of a short and shallow downturn, which is generally the economic consensus today, if that gets challenged more serious, and we're talking about a more broad-ranged or more significant disruption, then it could change the risk appetite for investing in the region.
Just to echo and amplify your last message, across the world, in addition to this current supply chain disruption, what are the other economic trends that are upcoming and we should be looking forward to and planning for in the next year?
So I think that the most significant one is how central banks and governments respond to the current economic environment. And what we're seeing from ECB, Bank of England, the US Federal Reserve, Bank of Canada, is that you raise rates in face of higher inflation. Now, the challenge with that today is that if you believe that inflation is largely driven by cyclical factors or that will go away, so if the supply chain pressure goes away, if oil prices stabilize, which we've already seen, and that reduces pressure on that front, then you should see inflation rolling over. That's exactly what we already see in the United States. And therefore, the increase in interest rates really poses a challenge to the long-term idea that we faced before the pandemic, which is that the Japanification of the world, or that we were facing low growth and low inflation forever, and we were not able to produce inflation. We've forgotten that idea. Everybody forgot that idea except for Japan, right? Japan is looking at the world today and they're saying, hey, we didn't forget. We could not create inflation no matter what we did. We introduced a VAT, we reduced taxes, we did just about everything we could, cutting rates to negative. They could not produce inflation because of low population growth. And I think that that's one of the structural factors that we tend to forget that ends up being that anchor pulling us down as we look at this outlook. So central banks are starting to think about the next leg of this journey and facing higher inflation today. The next challenge is going to be facing a correction in inflation, as well as governments around the world, like the US and Europe, that have already provided this economic stimulus. The challenge is going to be, if you end up in an economic downturn, are you willing and able to provide more stimulus to low-income individuals to provide that support needed? That's going to be, I think, the focus of the kind of next stage of this economic cycle.
Brooklyn, we as MasterCard, we work a lot with policymakers, with regulatory bodies to drive the concept of inclusion and the concept of consumer protection. So what does inclusion mean to you? And what are the current major issues that we across the world, across the globe, unpack with the regulators?
So I'll give you an example of two things we've worked on. One is with the IMF. We published a paper looking at the measurement of e-commerce, which I think the measurement of e-commerce is a great reflection. If I were to really capture just how advanced economies are becoming, that measurement of e-commerce really captures that well, because it means that economies are taking payments in a very advanced way. Businesses are able to start up quickly, move online, accept those payments. So it's a breadth of that market as well as a depth of that market that really reflects that. We found that with Latin America. So we looked at with the Inter-American Development Bank, we worked with a bunch of governors of the central banks down there to look at what digital economies meant for financial inclusion. And we found just a tremendous relationship between future economic growth and, of course, the digitization of these economies, which ended up being, again, to my point earlier, if you're facing a world with low population growth, you're going to have to figure out how to create a more productive society and more productive businesses. And the easiest way to do that is to promote more digitization of those economies, the ease of doing business. That really is at the core of what ended up working well.
Thank you. I don't know if the audience knows, but this year, Central Bank of Saudi Arabia has published that we have reached 59% of digitization. That means among all of the volumes, which is about $1 trillion volume of flows in Saudi, separated between personal consumption expenditures, B2B and government flows, we have fully penetrated on the personal consumption expenditures 59% of the volume with the digital solutions. This could be cards, account-to-account payments, wallets. So we are considered to be one of the most innovative economies across the world with the introduction of new different wallets and solutions. I want to just follow up on one interesting concept we discussed this morning of smart cities. So I know that you have your own position on what is it actually smart city and what an impact of smart city can be in the world.
Yeah. Well, so smart cities is one of those things that, like, you know, I don't think anybody wants a dumb city, right? Everybody wants to figure out how to get as smart as possible with how their city operates, right? At the core of it truly is, you know, that digital connectivity and how things work efficiently. So as I think about a smart city, I think about efficiencies. I think about that digitization, again, that creation of new businesses, that interconnectedness, and that ability of creation of opportunity of how things really start to work together. So I think the opportunity for smart cities clearly is where everybody wants to go in terms of appetite and interest. There's an ability to go, which is a financial question. And then there's the end result, which really creates that opportunity for inclusion and creation of new businesses.
So just shifting the gears to the travel, I saw some very interesting travel trends. So it seems that we're all spending in Harrods in UK. So the top 3 destinations, what did we have? Saudis were spending in...
So in August, the top destinations were, we have the UAE, the UK, and where was the third one? I forget the third one. Was it the US?
It was in the US, yeah.
Sorry.
And the most category of spend was in the retail.
Yeah, you see that, and you see that more and more globally, right? We saw that before the pandemic. A lot of the global tourists, you know, depending on where you're from, you have a different appetite, right? When Italians travel, they go and they eat a lot of Italian food. Not to be biased, but that's exactly what happens. The Chinese, when they travel, they buy a new suitcase and fill it up with luxury goods. You know, it really is some of these key trends that matter when you think about the reopening of the economy, where that demand is going to come from, and how sustainable that demand is. These factors of who is spending and when and where they are in their economic cycle is really going to shed light on that sustainability of demand.
Another interesting subject is that I found very fascinating is that we are moving to the world where we enjoy experiences. So I think Brick and I were talking this morning. In the past, we used to go and buy the most expensive brand of Cheerios or the grocery, we would go for high-end brands. Now we go for lower-end brands, but we still allow ourselves to go to France or UK for the visits. So the experience culture has came up significantly, right?
I think the definition of experience is changing too, right? Before the pandemic, we were thinking about experiences like only travel. And then after the pandemic, or after the economies reopened and we were allowed out of our homes, we started to think of the grocery store as an experience, or going out to dinner with friends as more of an experience. And that really changed. And what really changed here, as I talked about earlier, it takes a lot to change people's behavior. But that appreciation of what that experience is and that expectation of what a consumer expects when they show up to a shop has really evolved. What's important here is that that is not a new trend, it is an evolution of a trend. Most of the trends we see today are continuations of trends that we saw before the pandemic that have really been accelerated because of the pandemic. That's what's created that demand today and why some of that demand really is a lot stickier.
So we are coming to the conclusion of the session. I think I have one last question. And I would like to ask about the platforms and the data that companies like MasterCard are using to really, truly drive this economic difference. And frankly, we working for MasterCard, we are very proud of the fact that we make a difference to the world. We make a change. What type of data, analytics, and platforms we utilize to drive this change and this, societal or secular society change from cash to cards?
Well, I would say that we are as innovative as we can be with good quality data. And that means that we're looking at data in different ways. We're using data in creative ways. We're combining data with our partners at the World Bank or the OECD or the IMF and thinking about economic measurement, how to create that measurement that matters for you. If I tell you what GDP is tomorrow, you don't really care. If I tell you where your sales are going, you care a lot. That's the difference of what we're trying to do. We're trying to think about how do we create that demand measurement as it's tailored for you. So as we think about data, as we think about measurement, as we think about modeling and using econometricians and macroeconomics more generally in that framework to apply it to massive data sets to create that tailored view, that really is at the core of what we do. So we do that both in terms of the data, the modeling, and the visualizations of what how we think about the world.
So I would open to the questions. I think after the session, we are here for a while with you. So Bricklin, coming from New York, he is our chief economist and the head of MasterCard Economic Institute, an independent entity that drives the thought leadership with the regulators and with the financial institutions. Myself, my name is Maria Medvedeva. Again, I am a general manager of Saudi and Bahrain, and I'm really pleased to be here with you today and to be a knowledge partner of the AI Summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much.